Of course, I just screwed up my screenshot right away. So today I'm working on the application formerly known as Rogo. Once again, it turns out that Rogo is the registered trademark of a company that also does electronic, web-based training, and it's an educational platform. And so it's just close enough that I think that I would very much be in violation of their trademark. So I'm going to get rid of this name and call it something else. I've also revamped the Tangent Code site, and I'm kind of thinking of using the name Tanco, T-A-N-C-O, as a replacement for Rogo. That was the original name, and then I thought it would sound too much like Tango and look like Taco, and just thought it would be different. But I want to make a quick announcement here. Just if you go to tangentcode.com and you click on Community, there is an invite to a Discord server, which should be monitoring and announcing this video in a moment. I think it'll kick on in a minute or two. But I have it set up for anybody who's interested in like alpha testing the setup, and every once in a while somebody comes by and asks me for like programming advice. So if you want to get some information, or if you want to hit me up about, ask me any questions about that, I'm more than happy to help. This whole venture is about teaching programming, and there's more than one way to do it. So in addition to the courses, I'm seriously considering like doing mentoring professionally, but also if you just drop by and ask a question, in the chat, I'm happy to answer that. I kind of suspect that a few other people might be willing to answer questions there as well. Anyway, so that's that. Very soon there's going to be a sign up here. If you want to look at the thing that I hid a minute ago, I'm kind of working on the project plan here is to launch this pretty soon. And basically, the server is done. You can actually play through this right now. But my server is not, my dev environment and my production environment are the same right now. So there's a good chance that if you use it right now, it's going to break. And also, before I start inviting people and telling people about it, like outside the bounds of this channel, where very few people watch, before I start seeking an audience, I'm going to clean up the front end, and that's my goal for today. And then just so anybody who's interested knows what's going on. My plan is to, once I have like something on the screen that you can see like the system working, and it's clear what's going on. I plan to actually run through the course that I made ages ago, LearnTrist, and you can probably implement it in J or Smalltalk, probably maybe even both, with the intent of filming that and making a video to announce LearnTrist to the world, or both LearnTrist and the Tangent Code, or whatever we call it. I'm openly starting to recruit people to come in and try and work this themselves. So whether you're interested in actually building a LearnTrist right now, your own Tetris implementation, or you just want to dip in and try it, or you just want to hang out, come to the Discord if you want to do that. I guess other than that, I'm going to go through and do a code review, and probably in the process of that, make like a overview video or like a summary video of like how the whole thing works, just in case anybody ever wants to hack on the server, to orient anybody who ever, if I ever hire anybody to do stuff. I'm going to set up the dev environment, and I'm just also going to do a security pass. I have a lot of notes to myself of like little security things that, like who could see whose data and that kind of thing, that I explicitly left a note for myself to come back to and not worry about while I was doing this basic setup. So once I get all that done, my plan is to turn the system on and see who shows up. Hope it's kind of stable. Hope we get all the bugs worked out in this, and open this up to people with a free course, the LearnTrist course. Of course, the next thing will be to make a paid course to go along with it, probably a advanced mode for LearnTrist. So that's kind of what's going on here. I'll stop rambling about my business and just get on with the front end. So as you may have seen from the previous video or from the description in this video, the server here is made with htmx, or the front end at least is made with htmx. The back end is running a Python framework called Quart. You've heard of Flask. Quart is just a port of Flask to an asynchronous environment. So it's asynchronous Flask, meaning that you can have long-running processes. For example, I have a process that when you log in, it waits for you to when you log in with the command line tool, it opens a web browser and then it talks to the server. You as in your browser are talking to the server, and then when you complete your login, it sends a little message back. So it has to wait for the login to proceed so that it can tell the client what what token to use to log. So there's like a pause in the middle of that handling of that web request, and that's something the class couldn't do by itself. But Quart does that, so that's what I'm using. And then on the front end, we have this thing called htmx. And I did talk about it a little bit in one of the first videos about this thing, but it's basically really embracing the idea of REST, representational state transfer, I believe is the acronym, but REST is a pattern for making APIs that are explorable, that use HTML as a or that use hypermedia as a way to explore the API through your web browser. And a lot of people have stripped that idea and it's kind of drifted from the original meaning, right? It wasn't just that the URLs were guessable, but that they were connected and you took advantage of the nativeness of the web. Whereas now, a lot of people call a REST API anything that has JSON. If it serves JSON, it's a REST API. So this really is an API here. My server is basically an API. My intent was to make this a kind of generic test running server that other people could use if you wanted to start your own mentoring company, or you just want to put your own courses up for whatever you're doing. You could do that, and this little component would be free. So everything I've done in all these streams is open source. It's up here at github.com. Tangent code. No, sorry. Although it probably will be a Tangent Storm by the time, and it's actually called Rogo at the moment, and it probably will be called something else, maybe TANCO. But whatever it is, this URL will redirect to the correct place. GitHub Tangent Storm Rogo will take you to wherever it needs to be, and so all the code is open source, including this, including the server, which is an app. And then the front end is all under here in, well, part of it is in templates, and part of it is in static. And, really there's not much to it. Mostly the templates have these little extra attributes that say something like HX target. So that's htmx. It's an extension to HTML. And that you just add this little attribute and boost. So what does this do? I believe if I remember correctly from a week ago, what this does is it says anything underneath here, any link under here is going to be boosted up to this context, to the context of this unordered list, and it's going to cause the entire main div to be replaced by whatever's at the content of about or of challenges. So if you click on that, and you'll see that's true. You click on about, you get this. Well, this is what it said to begin with. And if you click on challenges, you get this. And if you see it's .c, and right now, if you refresh this, you'll see that this is what's actually being served at that URL. So this chunk right here got pasted into that main page. One of my questions from the last time I worked on this was how can you fix this? How can you actually serve the whole thing and make a choice about whether you're going to serve a complete HTML page or just a little fragment like this? And the answer seems to be that htmx it updates these links to send a header, a special header that you can connect, that you can check for. Hello, whoever's watching, welcome. So I'm going to dig into that and make that happen a little bit later today. I just restarted PyCharm, so it has a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Yeah. Anyway, so that's kind of the idea of what where did I put it? I was looking at looking here, wasn't I? Yeah, so basically HTMX is really just a bunch of little attributes that get added to your HTML, and then you serve those different pages, and it replaces different chunks of the DOM rather than replacing the whole page. So you get kind of the advantage of a one of these dynamic web frameworks that are like a React or a Vue or something, where it's it's a single page. It can be it can focus. It can work like a single page application, but you're pulling in just little chunks of HTML that are rendered with the template system the way the old school way. It feels a little simpler to me. I like it a lot, and I like. I haven't made like a verdict as like whether I feel like this is a great way to go forever, but basically this little piece, this server is meant to be an API that you use to control the state of the courses, and well, it's going to have there's going to be a separate front end. Like, as I was saying, like this is meant for anybody to try it out. Anybody can run their own server. You're welcome to it. But I'm going to extend this so that it's kind of a this little core piece is open source for anybody to use, and then I'm going to do my own thing with my look and feel and some enhancements that are specific to my platform, or I don't know what you want to call it, a teaching platform, my website basically. So this is really just an API that is the backend for that website, and I feel free to use whatever technology strikes my fancy, and so I'm going to try this htmx approach and see if it works. So far it seemed pretty neat. I like how it worked. It's very responsive. I do have some. I did notice some issues like here. If I hit the back button, it doesn't quite do the right thing. Like it goes all the way to. It doesn't quite behave the way I expect. So that could be a bug in HTMX, or it could be a bug in the way I'm using it, or it could already be patched and I just haven't updated. So I probably should be using a CDN, but we'll find out. Anyway, so I have a to-do list. I sat down and worked out what I thought would be a good list of notes or of tasks to do. So yeah, so I think you can actually log in right now. I think if you go here and you just, I mean, it won't do anything, but if you go to rogo.tangentcode.com and you type /login, you can click one of these two buttons. I don't believe GitHub works, but I believe login with Google works. And I don't think it does anything for me. If I do it, it's just gonna say welcome to Firebase or hello Firebase. Well, that's actually wrong. It shouldn't show that. But I think if I do it with private window, and I log in here, and you say log in with Google, you'll get actually a sign up page, and you can log in through the whole thing. So that's all you have to do to log in. And I don't have any kind of like backend on my system yet for anything else. So I'm actually going to change that right now. Change the thing about logging in with Google. All right, so that would be, if you look at the code, that would be the code in the rogo repository. Probably, as I said, would be renamed, but I'm going to call it rogo for the rest of this video. And if we look at the templates, then I guess the login page is probably where that is. And I'm just going to comment out the part about GitHub. I didn't need that letters either. And I think if I save this, it's meant to, yes, it's updating to the server. What is my password? And now if I refresh this, it should upload that. And then when I refresh it, Well, I bet I don't have sorry, not toolbar. I normally test in Chrome, and I bet I don't have this set to turn off the disable cache. I don't have that button checked. If I do that now, oops, sorry, over here, sideways. So if I do that, come on. If I do that now and refresh it, now it should say, what? Okay, it is possible that I have some mess lying around here, and that is not the way you log into the system. But I could have sworn that was the button. Okay, so first of all, did it upload? So let's right click, come on. Hello. I guess I can actually look right here, because this is the server. What am I looking for? I would look in the rogo directory under templates. Rogo templates login.html. GitHub. Oh, it is commented out. So wow, oh, that's weird. And also, this is a CRLS file. Okay. That's a good, interesting question there. Why did that happen? It is since I tested this, I did switch from Flask to Quart, and I wonder if maybe Quart is doing some caching that. Yeah. Okay, so Quart seems to be doing some kind of caching. That's actually kind of annoying. I wonder if you can turn that off. I don't know. I don't know if I think I kind of do want to go down this rabbit hole because I'm going to be changing the templates a lot. So maybe there's a okay. So set up this app config. This is Quart. This is Jinja 2. Wait, no, hang on. This is Flask. So, hey, sweetie, I'm on a stream right now. I don't want that. Oh, okay, thank you. Give me a pizza. Port package. So I guess I want to see if that has the same config. Hopefully it does. Quart is basically a port, as I said. Oh, we just search for template in here. Or search for templates auto reload. Yeah, okay. Is it in there? Where do I see that? Templates. Templates auto reload is none. Okay, so what do we do to change the config? Probably just it should, this actually should work. All right, so we will try this. And probably we want a debug flag, but for now I'm just going to hard code it. So in I don't need the word okay. Equals true. So and then I'll put a little to do here. Make this dev server only. I will not worry about this word okay. Okay. What am I doing? I am saying I'm testing to see if this works. So this actually auto reloaded the server just now, I believe. Yes, you can see that it just did this at, that is a timestamp. It thinks the actual current time is. And so now let's try testing that again. So I'll just I'll uncomment that. And hit save. Waiting to see it auto upload this file. Huh? Oh, okay, it worked. I didn't see it auto upload, but so once again, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it was really fast. That's why. Yeah. Okay. So that now we can modify the templates and everything will work. Will work the way we want it to work. At least the way I want it to work. All right. And I did want to remove that. So I'm gonna go ahead and commit those two things. Do I not have a command line? Oh, here it is. All right. So GS GD rogo. I know you can do this from PyCharm, but I just so app. We do auto reload templates and GS GD rogo templates login.html. So hide GitHub login. Okay. Hello, Nick. How are you? Oh, Firebase. Okay, so the goal here is to, here's my list of things to do. Where'd it go? It was right here on 0, tab 0. Didn't need that. Oops, this one needs to be switched over. All right, so add link, login, sign up. Okay, so yeah, right. So the point was you can log in here. And I guess now we've been given some kind of cookie or whatever. I probably should say who we're logged in as, but I think this is sufficient. I think this is sufficient to log in, but we'll see in a little while. But maybe I'll move this up. I'll just add the link for now and let's just see what happens. So if we go to the index page, then that's what really should be the main page of everything. And I'm going to put a... Is this navigation? Kind of. Like, I'll just put a... just for now, I'm just going to put... we do this div ID equals... maybe not profile, but like user. ID equals user. Login, which is just a normal link to a login. So there's no like if then kind of stuff here. So probably this should be. We should probably fetch a little chunk that says, "Are you if you're logged in, then do one thing." And if all right, so let's write that in there. Okay, so like serve a little widget for logging in. Or we put some JavaScript on the front end to augment the htmx. Like I don't know if it has to be one way or the other. A little like status widget. I'm actually not too worried about this right now because I'm either logged in or I'm not. Like it's either shared with the server or not. But I just wanted to have a little button there so at least we can get to that page. Okay. All right, so as far as I'm concerned, that's done. Add htmx header to wrap HTML fragments. So that's the part about this where it gets challenges and you refresh and it says that you lose that context. If you bookmark a state, you will not see it. I was Plasma and oh hey Plasma, now I know who you are. Okay, I wasn't entirely sure. I figured you would. Yeah, so welcome. Welcome. I remember you well. I have a Discord now, so if you go to the tangentcode.com site, you can come join that. I'd be more than happy to have you there. Right now, I'm just working on this. This is LearnTris. So this is a modern reincarnation of LearnTris. All right, so I guess I got to go through this thing, but I'm going to do all of it, so I guess it doesn't really matter if I need to prioritize it or not. I'm going to get done today. All right, so let's just go ahead and do this. So handle htmx request header to wrap HTML fragments. This is actually a little bit complicated, but let's see. It's not so much the handling the request; it's the what do I do with the. Hang on Twitch. Yeah, I used to stream on Twitch all the time. I have a bunch of recordings that I never uploaded to YouTube. For like a month, I was streaming every day on Twitch. It just annoyed me that it was disappearing all the time. I mean, I know you can save them, but this is slow content. I don't expect people to like, hang on every word and watch it. Like I expect people to skip through it and anyway. So it's just not the right platform, or maybe I'm not the right presenter for Twitch, I guess. Right. So what was I just saying? Homepage attempts. So I want to in the app here. First of all, I need to find out what the name of this header is. So htmx.org. We got to go to the docs and find the reference. HTTP header reference. So indicates that the request is via an element using HTTX boost, current URL. Maybe let's dump this. Oh, how do I get this? So in plain old WSGI, the Python, like all Python web frameworks share like a underlying technology called WSGI with Geo. And now that's slowly being replaced and or augmented with ASGI for the asynchronous server gateway interface. But Flask kind of hides some of that. So how do you get the Flask HTTP headers? Probably just await request.headers. Flask headers get, yeah. Okay, so we have to I would imagine the header's already parsed, so you probably don't have to await it. I should look for Quart HTTP headers. It's probably just yeah, request.headers. You don't need to await that. You need to await the form because you have to parse it, and it's going to parse that on demand or whatever. So request headers. Maybe I'll just dump request headers and see what we get. So I also kind of wish these were regular expressions so that I could put like optional pieces on the end of it. Like I don't like having a separate function for this because it seems a little redundant. So where would I put this? I guess in here, right? So just in this particular, probably this is going to wind up being a wrapper for like anything, like the htmx wrapper. But for now, let's just put it right here. So detect htmx request, but it's not really the fact that because this is always going to be true. So let's I didn't even need to ask Google. Copilot will tell me all this, or it'll guess and it'll tell me something. Decide if I trust it or not. So how about we just say print or request headers? I'm going to print the whole thing. Print this whole dictionary out. Maybe even for KV in items print. Will you format it nicely for me? Yeah, but whatever. How about just the key and then just put that there. Okay, and then hide this. And then part of the time, if it manages to upload faster than you finish typing this. PyCharm saves like on almost every keystroke, and see, it's mad about the PEP8 kind of stuff. And it can upload like a half finished line to your server, and then server refreshes, and then it dies because of a syntax error. So that's kind of the perils of using this auto reload stuff. All right, so if I'm going to move this over here, I'm going to hide this thing for now. I'm just going to click on challenges, and that should be, this is the request. So what we're going to see here in the log here should be a request for just this chunk. So we got hh request is true, target is main, current URL, rogo.tangent. I think just knowing that it's an hx request is fine, because if I middle click on this, it'll open in a new window, and we got none of those things came, because obviously it doesn't. I guess A, it can't trap that, but also B, when you just hit the request raw, it's not going to do that. So yeah, so I think it's completely fine to just say if this is an htmx request, then do something special. Or rather, if it's not an htmx request, so the special thing to do would be this. Right, so it doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter if it's true or not. If that header is there. How do we want to know if it return raw data if it's not? No, I want to return the problem is that you go to this page, right? This page right here is meant to be an HTML page. Like you should be able to, like, okay, so let me show the problem again. Oh, so bad gateway means that the server broke. Yeah, see, it did what I said. I was halfway through editing. Oh no, I actually checked. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm halfway through editing something, and I got distracted, and it uploaded, and then now it's broken. So refresh. All right, so the problem is I go to challenges. I say, oh yeah, this is a wonderful page. Let me bookmark it. And then, so whatever. And now I have this bookmark, and I come back here, and now I come back later, and I see it, and I've lost all the context on that page, because /c is only serving this little chunk. So that's the idea. The idea is to say if I'm not, so if I'm not in the context of this magic htmx container on web page container, if I'm not like this page right here has a little attribute inside of it called htmx boost is true. So that what that does is it takes these links, the ahref, and it turns them into, or it does magic things to them, and then the other attributes just decide what the magic thing is. And in this case, it says, well, you're going to replace whatever comes from the server when you click on this is going to replace this div called main. All right, and so when it's an HTMX request, I only want to serve enough stuff to go inside of here. And so what I think I want to do now instead is, this is actually a template using Jinja. So I don't actually remember the syntax of Jinja, but if I find an example here, for item and data, I think you can say if and end if. So here, yes, if and end if. So what I'm thinking I do is I say if body end if. I don't want that. Sometimes this Copilot is not so. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's stupid. Else. All right. So if there is a body, then I'm gonna not do this thing. So I still think I'm gonna boost that. I think you have to boost it. But I won't do this trigger. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a different version of this thing, main. And I won't do the get and I won't do the load once, but I will do the boost. Well, actually, I'm not sure boost actually does anything there. Well, we'll see. We'll find out if it does or not. My thought is that we can remove that, but we'll find out. And then we'll just put the body in there. So, yeah, body. So now I have a template that can choose to have or can be sent a body, and then in the app. Oh, I don't have to redirect. I'm just gonna change it right here. So what? If that's the case, how about we say body equals this? Oh, body equals this. Data equals this. This challenges data. Body equals await this. If this is true, we just return the body. Else, or if that header exists, we return the body. And otherwise, we're going to return, yeah, but not layout. It's called index, but maybe layout would be a better name for it. Let's see if this works. First of all, make sure we haven't crashed the server. Everything's fine. It reloaded. Oh. All right, so this is a Jinja question. Jinja escape or Jinja don't escape. So it's Jinja unescape HTML. Unescape, I think, is what it's called. But is there? Wow, that is a tiny font. Jinja template designer. I think the syntax is you just put like a filter. It's called a filter. Where are the list of filters? List of built-in filters. So probably you just put a pipe and then unescape. I'm just kind of skimming all the things I can do here. Print, replace, kind of nice. Sort, and then truncate. Oh, there is no unescape. Okay. Okay, then let's go back to this. What was the? What is this called? Oh, sorry, I'm Jinja unescape HTML, right? Oh, safe. Wait, no, I want to unescape it. Oh, maybe you need. Okay, hang on. What is this question? I pull a feed from RSS and store the data in App Engine. The feed content includes the entire HTML. So I have the following Python code. The actual HTML. How do I unescape the HTML data? This should work too. Okay. All right. Okay. So safe. We assert that it's safe. Is that what the idea is? Mark the value as safe, which means that an environment with automatic escaping enables this variable to. This variable will not be escaped. Okay. Yeah, that is exactly what I want. So I need to load the index. I have too many files open. All right, keep these two and close tabs to the right. Odd feature, but exactly what I wanted. So safe. All right. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Boom. There we go. So now I can bookmark C, and if I go to LearnTrist Test Suite, course, this is not going to be the same because I did not do that there. So now the next part is to make something called like a htmx, let's call it def htmx fragment. And it's going to take a function. This is going to be a decorator. We're going to call this htmx, or call it fragment. And so fragment f is going to take the function. It's a decorator. It takes a function. It's going to return f. So that should do nothing now. If we save this, everything should still work exactly as it just did. Nothing should break. Yeah. And then, I mean, we could say like return f dot upper. Something like that. Because this should be a string. I believe it is a string. Oh. Function object has no attribute upper. You're right. Sorry. Return f, run the function, and then return upper. So run it again. This challenges was never awaited. So return. Sorry. Oh. Okay, hang on. This is not it. You return. So we're going to say f0 is some new thing. We're going to close over f0. We're going to say async def f is going to be a function, and then it's going to return the await of f0. Oh, this only works for async. Okay. No, actually, we want to put friends around this. Await the call to f0. We should get back a string and then return upper. And then we return this function, and that's what the decorator does. All right, and then this should work. Didn't do anything yet, but when we go to C, oh. Okay, so probably we need to do this. Switching the rows, because this is decorating it, and it probably put something on there that my thing hid, because this function, it was on f0 and it needs to be on f. So let's, or it needs to be on the outermost thing. So did it reload? It did. So I don't know why that didn't reload, but one more time. If I comment this out, it suddenly works. Is that correct? No. What happened? Okay. I think is the whole thing broken? Oh, it's a slash. Huh. Okay. So this is still working, and now if I take the put this fragment back here, refresh, all capitals, and probably broke the link to the style sheet. And if I move it up here, I would expect this to again give me a 404. No, okay, it works. So somehow that magically. But it's not uppercase. Right. So this registered this thing with quart, registered everything inside of it with quart, but it did not include the fragment thing. So I need to wrap it with fragment and then give it to the flask or quart. And yeah, so now it's all capitalized. Okay. So obviously that's not what I want the thing to do, but if I just remove this, then it should still continue to work again. Yeah. Okay. So now we move this logic up into there. So we'll say body is equal to f0 to await f0. I think you don't even need parentheses there for that thing. And then we're going to return the body. And then refresh, and that should still be working exactly the same. And now we're going to say this stuff. Actually, this is exactly it. And then this needs to say return. That valid syntax starting into parentheses. Looks like that is valid syntax, so let's see what happens. Oop, bad gateway. Sometimes you catch it in the middle of the thing. All right, so what happened there is we went to C, we got the whole thing, and when we click on rogo self-tests, oh, hang on. When we click on challenges, we click on about, that takes us to home. Okay, so yeah, so about didn't do it. Rogo self-test did something strange that is making me... Oh, the thing it's doing strange is that it's not replacing this area. And so I think that is a result of the decision I did to not put the hx boost equals true. I think if we do this and we put it here, then the other thing hx boost does is it causes any link inside of the content to replace the tag on, to replace the inner HTML of whatever tag we're looking at. So boost causes it to replace that thing as opposed to going to a new page. And what we're seeing here, or what I was just seeing here, is when I clicked on this, it opened a new page. But if I refresh and I click here, then now it's opening this area. So that's what I wanted it to do, and then that was that. Now I filled in a gap in my head of what hx boost does. Okay, app.py. Maybe fragment is not the right word, but I'm just going to call it htmx. How about hx frag? hx frag. I'll call it fragment. Why not? How about just htmx frag? Fragment. I don't know why that bothers me. Okay, so then the same thing. This is a fragment, and a bunch of things are going to be fragments. So this can move to the top of the file, and this will be kind of like framework level, framework within a framework. So the index is not one about. What is about? About was a copy of that page. Nope, about is a fragment, so that is a fragment. Oops. HTMX fragment, we'll put that on the clipboard. This is getting the data for the list of challenges, which goes here. I want to do some kind of like automatic wrapper for this kind of thing too, so that if it sees a colon JSON, but I don't think what is this called? Quart is going to let me do it. Oh, what I could do is I could put I could have a decorator like this. This is called a decorator. This pattern, this thing of taking a function and doing something to it is called a decorator, and this is the syntax for the invocation of the decorator. But I could so I guess what I'm starting is like here I want to get some data out with JSON, and then I want to render it in a template. And so the only difference between these two URLs is whether or not the colon JSON is at the end, which is just a syntax I made up for like telling this, so you can go to, when you're looking at this, you get this, broken again. So I'm halfway through typing something. I gotta stop doing that. I don't see an error. Oh. That's because f.name needs to be equal to f0.name. So I now that I called it twice, it's mad because they're both named f. And if you say, well, if we run it again, it should fix it. Because if you say if you change this word run to routes, then it will show you all the function names and then what they're bound to, like with what HTTP method you can have. So it was saying that two of the items in here were called F. And so that was not bad. And so that was screwing it up. But yeah, this name will fix it. Or I guessed it would fix it, and I guessed right. So every function in Python, dir is a function, and say dir should have a thing called dir, and it should be dir. Yeah. Anyway, that's that. Okay, so that error was unexpected to me, and it broke my chain of thought. Oh, I think I was saying that. Okay, hang on. Gotta start the server. Nope, sorry. Run it, not. Then restart the server. Oh, and what I was going to say is that if you put JSON at the end, then it shows the data. It's the exact same data that we were seeing there. So, and that was like I kind of complained about that. But let's see. What we want to do here is we want to say def JSONic. Like it's like I want to say this is formatted data. Like the word I want to use is actually moldable from Glamorous Toolkit, because I want to be able to show like an arbitrary view for this. But let's see. Let's see. What do you call this? Let me just call it X for now, and then we'll figure out what it does. We'll call it foo. So what foo does is it's another decorator. Platonic. How about platonic? Platonic. It makes a function return string. No. Allows an endpoint that returns data to serve HTML or JSON depending on the result of depending on the presence of the string JSON in the URL. So we're going to say platonic, and we're going to say template equals what? We don't know. So template path. And then we're going to say async def f, and it's the same thing. If port request path ends with JSON, yes, that's what I want. Return await f0, right? Because it's returning JSON. Otherwise, return await port render template. And then data. So actually, we're going to say this data equals await. We just return the data directly. Otherwise, we're going to say data equals data. But I don't think that actually works. I think this takes a dictionary. And so, how did I do this? How did I do it here? I said data equals data. This challenges data, and we actually get back a list of dictionaries. This is fine. Yeah, I think that actually is it. So we just call it data. We give it a name called data, and then it's going to do something, and then the template knows what to do with the key data. The word template itself will do something with the word data. It'll say like if data, then do this, or for X in data, or return data dot whatever. Okay. And we could even we could go. We could make it fancy and change, allow you to change this name, but I think I'm just going to call it data and leave it simple. So for that case, what I'm going to do is right, but then I still have to do the method, right? I need to give it a route and then a different route with JSON. So we need to tell it F0, and then we're going to say what the route is, and then what the template is. So we're going to return F, but we're also going to say we have to do this too. And what else do we have to do? We're going to take the let me think. We're going to decorate F with this. So after we set the name, yeah, we want to route F. Hang on, F0. We want to set the route, and then we also want to set the route. Yes, that was it. That's exactly. Do it. That was it. So F0. No, F. Both F. Right. So we map two different routes to it, and this is what the decorator is doing. We're just going to call it with a different as if it were a plain old function rather than using decorator syntax. And then we return F. So if that is the case, then I can now say Platonic here. And list challenges. We're just going to call it list challenges. Let me. I guess it's saved in version control. I can do it that way. We can call it list challenges. We're going to say this is Platonic. And then we need to say no app is global. So Platonic /C is that route that we want to serve. And then if it's data, then we want to serve challenges template.html. So say that. And then also it's an htmx fragment. Right? All right, so I'm assuming I did cancel my server. Platonic missing one required positional argument template. Route and a template. F0 route and template. Does it not take the first item? So let's say def my decorator D is my decorator, and we're going to say ABC, and we're going to tell it to print ABC, and then let's do at D, and then we're going to say banana and cowboy, and then well, yeah, of course it's incomplete. Can you not do a decorator? Oh, come on. I thought the whole point of this was can we say lambda? I don't know if you can do this at all now. Lambda x. All right, so then let's copy that and put it on the clipboard. Oops. Well, I'm using Vim, but it's on this clipboard. 100 upvotes on something I posted on Reddit earlier. Oh, come on. which has nothing to do with any of this. All right, so I don't know why I'm doing it even over here. I don't know why I'm even doing it on this server, but that's what I'm doing. So, so now I want to say D banana. I don't even want it. Cowboy should be Bravo Charlie, right? And then def f x y return x plus y. All right, so I made a function and I decorated it right and quit. How do you write something? I don't know. Test.py. Nope. X.py. Okay. See, I don't even know bin. All right, so we'll say Python 3 x.py. Missing one required positional argument C. Am I completely wrong about how you write a decorator? Do you have to call it a decorator? Oh my goodness. Python decorator syntax. Do you have to import decorators now? I could have sworn this. It's been a while since I did it. Simple decorators. Takes a function, yes. Wrapper. Return the wrapper. Okay, that's right. Is that not what I did? So here's my decorator function. Takes a f. It returns. It creates a sub function, wrapper or whatever, which calls the original function f0. Yes, and then we return the wrapper. Yes, done that. I wonder if it has to be a, you have to give it a value, a default value. Do twice, okay. Decorators with arguments. I think. Right, so how do you do it? Num times. Oh, you have to return a function that returns a function that returns a function. Okay, so if you take the arguments, then that's crazy. I mean, I guess it's not crazy, but so then we say def decorator f0, and then we return the decorator from this. Interesting. Okay, I guess I've never actually done this, or if I have, it's been so long that I didn't know. Funcception. All right. Let's try that again. Somebody we used to call a. We called something like widget inception or something, where we had widgets inside of widgets. F0 object list can't be used in await expression. Anyway, I saw something the other day was talking about word inception and how people really like it. Inception doesn't mean recursion. And they pointed it out, and I thought that was, like, I accept inception as being like having to do with recursion, but that's not what the point is. The point is that once you've done the recursion, you plant an idea in somebody's head and make them think it's their own. What have I done wrong here? Let's look at that docs or that cheat. Oh, I just closed that, didn't I? Control Shift T. I thought we were done. This is also talking about Inception. Yeah, I'll tangle it all in a moment. What have I done wrong? So we take the argument. We're wrapping over that. I mean, we're closing over route and template here. Oh, probably this should not be in. No. Hang on. Yeah, this has nothing to do with any of that. The problem is that this is not an asynchronous function. So when we get this function, there's probably something no, yeah. Sure, and then but that's not what I want. I wanted the I want to print f0. But more like I want to print f0 bit. That should be all the things attached to f0. And so now when we run this again, I do expect another 500 internal server error, but I expect this to have shown me something. But it didn't. It gave me an empty list. Okay, so it's not dict. We'll have to return. Okay, it doesn't matter. What if we just say? You get what I'm getting? What I'm asking? I want to know. I haven't said anything. Okay, so def x. Sorry, x return 1 2 3, and then dir x. Type x, and then how about y is async def x. It's not letting me do that, so oops. There you go. Okay, so type y function. So dir y is async. I want something like is async thing. Python test whether function is async. Is a coroutine inspect module. Inspect is routine. That's exactly what I want. Is coroutine. Is coroutine function object. So let's close this. Let's try it here. Import inspect. Inspect is coroutine x. False, and inspect dot is coroutine y. I would expect that to work. Ooh. But it didn't. Wait, no, I said is coroutine, but it's not. Is coroutine function? That's true, and this is false. So is coroutine. So x equals or xx equals x should give me back like the number, right? And if I say yy equals y, yy is a coroutine object. Then yy, so inspect is coroutine yy true, and we say yy.next or something probably, and then we get the, or we say next.yy. Oh, then I don't know how to do, I don't know what to do with a coroutine. yy dot. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about the internals of the coroutine object. I left. I haven't really done a lot of Python since the async showed up. But this, we did know the answer to the question, which is so import inspect. And so my question was turn await f0 if yes, that's it. And so that way, if we this has to be async because of render template, but then we can choose to be async or not based on whether the I mean, we can choose to await this or not based on whether it's okay. That's all we needed. That is one thing I've always liked about Python, even though sometimes it's confusing. You can always like inspect objects, and inspect is whatever that's doing is it's wrapping something that I probably could have determined myself by looking at different attributes on the function itself, but because I mean it's just a Python function. All right, we load this. Don't need this. Oh, still broken. Line 28. I think I need the same thing in htmx fragment. No. Yeah, I do, because in fact it doesn't. In fact, I can just move this to I can just say this is await f0. Well, no, I can't. I can't because we're not always going to call because you're not always going to wrap these two things together. So they both have to independently do the same thing. So let's say body. All right. Seems that's very similar. I'm repeating myself. The only thing different is the condition and the name of the key and the template. So I just. We'll see. If I repeat that a couple more times, I might extract something more higher level. I didn't need to restart that. Okay, try again. I would expect this to show me JSON. I need to do this the other way around. I need this to be on the outside. So it did give me JSON, but it put it in a template. I need to do this the other way around, which means the check for where it is in the app, like the outermost thing has to be the call to this app.route, but htmx fragment calls app.route twice. So htmx fragment has to be on the outside. Hang on. Sorry, wait, hang on. That's not correct. Let me think about this for a minute. Oh, so actually this is, I mean, I could put the or here, but how do I do this? This has to be called on the outside. But if we're so this has to be called on the this has to be called on the outside because the app.route has to go on the outside. But so really just the presence of hx request suppresses the thing, but also JSON express right. So we could say port request.path. No, we can't change it. So I think we do have to check this as well. Even though not every endpoint is going to support this, if I want to use these two things together, I need to do this. No, it's not. It's or. If either of these things are true, then we return the body. Just under that, is that? And I don't need parentheses. qr equals port request, and if qr.headers or qr.headers qr.path ends with JSON, just to make that line a little more readable. Return the body, else return await. All right, so let's try that. I think that works. Maybe I just completely confused myself, but oh yeah, there we go. And if we take the JSON off, oh, built-in method of string object challenges. That's not right. Built-in method title of string object. Okay, so the challenges list, challenges. Right, hang on, I screwed something up. List challenges data. I think I need to combine these into one thing. in every case, I'm going to serve something at a URL, and I think Platonic implies that it's HTMX powered because it's either JSON or it's not. Like we're getting some data, and then we're going to wrap it in a template, and then we'll put a flag on Platonic. It says HTMX, or we'll say HX fragment equals true. Equals fragment. We'll assume it's a fragment. Okay, so if it is a fragment, I think Platonic implies this, but this is the fragment is independent of whether or not it's Platonic, meaning it just serves data. Okay, so what am I? So I'm feeling dumb here. Okay, that worked, but that was because I removed the HTMX, so it's no longer. Okay, so both of those, I should have that URL, and then I should have JSON. This would make a good test suite here. Don't need that. We know how that works now. So just these two things. So these two things should work. And then if we go to, so this is not, this one is failing right now. This should be, have a background color. This one is fine. Okay. So now the question is, if the request ends with JSON, we just return the data. And then elif HTML HX fragment is true, then we just wrap it in the HX fragment, right? That actually looks like it might be right. But we also need, we do need this, the A and the KW. This actually does not look good at all. If it's an HX fragment and court request headers get H, then we just also return. No, we return the template. No, we return this. No, actually, we do this. So okay. If we're done with this, then we say body is equal to that, and if it's an HTMX fragment, and we don't need this can go away. If it's an HTMX fragment, then we just return the body, and it returns that. Then we return the body. Else, we wrap it again in the other template, in this template. Which is just duplicating this logic above here. So otherwise, if HX fragment return, how about we call it? Let's say HX equals true. If HX, if HX, then we're going to call return. Oh yeah, that lambda thing is exactly right. Return then call htmx fragment else yes. Then we return the data. So it is going to be called data. I think I've got this right. My head is a little fuzzy right now, but I mean, we could actually just map these to two different functions. I could just make two different, completely separate functions. Like you never really call this thing directly. Whatever. Right, if it ends with JSON, return data. Otherwise, if it's fragment, then we're going to call the fragment. So we're going to call, but how do we call it though? I think you can actually just say htmx fragment f if hx else f, and then we don't have to do this test here at all. Right? I think that's right. I think that's it. Maybe I'm fooling myself again. Let's see. View functions. And how about we say fj equals that's kind of annoying. You can't do it twice. So we say fj is a separate function. And then we just wrap it. Let's call this fp. So we define two separate functions. Fj and fp calls that one. And then if we do this, we return fj, and then we take else f. No. fhx, it also returns, we're always going to return this thing. We're just giving two different names for it. We're just making two pointers to the same, man, this is confusing. Giving two pointers to the same thing. There's got to be a better way to do this. I'm definitely overcomplicated. But we'll say fhx if hx else fp. All right, so FP name is the same as the original name. That's the platonic name. Okay? FJ.name equals F0 name plus JSON. And FHX name is equal, we don't need that, is the same as FP. Because we're only going to wrap one of them. The only thing that has to be distinct is this. And then we return platonic app. So we're decorating it, but we're only decorating it so that we can give it different routes, and then we return the thing that we actually made it. Right, I think that works now. All right, the test should be that should turn orange, or nope, it died. Never awaited. So this is async. So return await FP and return await FP. Right. Okay. Close. But we lost the template now. So now in Platonic, we call this challenges HTML. HX is true. Oh, but we didn't actually do anything with it. And the point was to make this an htmx fragment. Which we're then going to rename. Okay, so whatever name it comes back with, we're going to rename it. Right, so I think that's right. Boom. JSON. Boom. All right, so we have JSON or HTML. And let's double check now that when we go to challenges, or when we go to about, when we click on challenges, yeah, it only replaces that part. So we got the fragment, we got the whole thing, and we got JSON. All right, that was way more time than I wanted to spend on that, but that works. So I'm going to, this is like a meta, I can probably make this its own little open source web framework. A little ugly, but and probably needs to be, probably there's a way to simplify this, but I'm happy with that. Okay, so I'm gonna like mark this off for now, like a separate little area. I usually go to where it says 64, get the line number or column numbers. Call this a htmx fragment JSON versus templates. Mini web framework to allow HTMX fragments to wrap in the layout and also allow fetching JSON with JSON. Okay. JSON suffix. Or you could say .json or whatever, but Reddit says .json. I think my test names have these, so maybe I should change my test names to not have. Maybe I should do that. I'll change my test names to use colons or whatever. So let's reload that. Bad gateway. Okay, it should give me a 404 error, but we say c.json. Oops. c.json. We get, oh, didn't work. This is what I wanted. So anywhere we see JSON, and then we'll have to change the client to also fetch .json. There we go. That works. And then we will change the client in here, which is in one spot. Oh, no, it's not. Yep, it is. All right, so just double check. -rni JSON. That's the only source code file that still contains it. Okay, so I think that's good, right? That was the first item. Yeah. gd rogo client.py. Git add rogo client.py. gd rogo templates. And actually, I did more than the first item. And then I'm going to change. Let's add it to the. No, we'll go ahead and add it to it. So I'm just going to. I always say git stash. And then DOS2 Unix exe rogo template star.html. Every line is changed. And let's say g-m fix line feeds and template directory. And push that. Git stash hop is going to have a conflict, yes, on index, but as soon as we go to index.html, yeah, and we remove the upstream one, we save this, and then we convert this to line feeds, and we save this, then the gd rogo templates index.html. Oh, yeah, right, because it's so, okay, so git add, and now the resolution is done, and then we say gd cached with rogo templates, then it should only show the lines that actually changed. Yeah, it respects them. Okay, I was confused by all the red there. But it was just me not knowing how to use git. Okay, yeah. So challenges now does this, about does this. So I actually did more than I said I was planning to do there. I was not actually planning to do the JS thing. But we wrap HTML fragment. Oh, I now have to commit that. Add Platonic and I should put a document. Platonic is not a word that would make sense to anyone else but me. Oh, it's actually fine. And htmx fragment. App decorators. All right. If you mark this as a template directory, that will stop being highlighted. Mark directory, you can't see this, but it says mark directory, and you say template folder, and now it's a template folder. Okay, there we go. Now it finds it. Nope, doesn't find it. Go, not found it. Okay. Did I already push that? Yeah. Anyway, we can now inline this. Oh no, we can't. Wait, what? Wait. Right, there were 3 copies of the function because you had the original, then you had to get the data, and then there were 2 different wrappers for it. Oh no, this is a completely different thing. This is I merged all the duplicate ones. This is actually still separate because here we're listing all the challenges, and here I was just looking through the data, find the one where the name equals this, which I could have done on the server. I could have done in this query. Like I'm doing a query on something where I already did a query in the database. I think I should actually inline this and just make a completely separate query. Because I don't need that. So select return data equals db.query, and then just, I don't need the number of tests. That was just something I stuck in as validate, that as CID cd title from challenges C, from challenges C, where C name equals, that's actually fine too, where name equals question mark, and then name. And then pass in data 0. And then let's look at challenge.html and make sure it doesn't use num tests. Oh, actually it does use num tests. It's the list of challenges that does not use it. So the list of challenges does not need that. And this one does need it. I'm not sure we actually care about that, but about that data, but whatever. We could, I could make this a platonic thing as well, because it is getting some data, and we could just use it to get the JSON description of the challenge. I don't think it matters though. Let's see. Maybe I won't do it right this second. So that would be to look at an individual challenge, right? So individual challenge, rogo self-tests. Oh, something's wrong. Internal server error. Let's see what the error is. Oops. Hang on. Nope. Got an unexpected keyword argument name. htmx fragment. And that is because we say A and TW. A and A. This is args and keywords. A. So it lets you dynamically call a function with different sets of arguments and keywords, like named. All right, so let me try that again. So if we go to challenges and we say rogo self-test, that fragment part is working. If we refresh this, the whole thing is working. So we're getting it wrapped. And then if we say .json, it does not work. But what happens if we change this to platonic? and we say return data 0. Still get an error. Oh. I think the lambda that I made. No? What's wrong? Okay, KW. Same thing here. This needs to go away. No, I don't know why that's not working. Let me see. So we click on challenges, we get the list of challenges, we click on those, that worked. Click on that, get that works. We say .json, and it worked. What I don't know what I do wrong. I probably put :JSON, didn't I? Yes, I put :JSON instead of .json. All right, so that worked. All right, again, I'm doing something that's not on my to-do list. GD, what's this? How dare you? Oh, mark. Oh, it was, yeah, I see. It was previously templates after move. And okay, so gd rogo.app.py. And the change here is like that. It's in a string, so it doesn't catch those little show challenge. Yeah, right there. PyCharm usually strips out the white space at the end, but not if it's in a string like that. All right, so what have I done here? I already checked git log. What have I actually done? But basically just clean up, more cleanup, and I fixed the bug. Clean up bug. Clean up and fix htmx, or we say platonic with arguments. Platonic route with arguments. And rogo dot. I resized the window, and so now I'm mad about the size, and I resized it again. Okay. What is next? And test group. Okay, so now that was like the first little thing I wanted to do, was to like make that little mini framework, and that might have actually been unnecessary, but I just really wanted to do it. I did want to fix the this thing, the wrapping it in so that the bookmarks show up the right way. That was really bugging me. And now every URL is always going to show the right thing, or send the chunk, a little chunk of data that goes in the thing, or send the whole page. I like that, so I'm happy with that. You can actually set a title on each one of these things, and that will get the title as we go along. So I probably should do that as well. But for now, let's just worry about yeah. And then the JSON versus not JSON thing was a little out of scope. I just kind of got off on a tangent, hence the name. All right. Okay, so homepage with your current attempts. Now we have to log in. So right now it just says log in. It doesn't tell us if we are logged in. What is the issue here? The issue here is that when we make a request, I want to know if I'm logged in or not. And that would require that on every page, whenever I load this index.html template, I load the same kind of code that's running on login.html. So like this is implying that I know I'm logged in. So let's yeah. So this is the thing that I pushed down to the bottom. But like I want this now. This really ought to be on the front. I need to validate that I am really logging in, and that it knows who I am no matter what page I go to. If I log out, it knows it doesn't know. So I want something like floating up here where it says login. It says hello Firebase, but I really just want to know, am I the person I think I am? Okay, so when we look at login.py or login.html, I need to extract a bunch of JavaScript in here. So let's see what we've got. First of all, I don't think I need this at all. This is their UI for logging in, and I'm not using it. As far as I know, I don't believe I'm using it. I don't believe that it is being used at all. Let's see. So if I say rogo login, cd ver temp, oops, cd, sorry, ver temp, rogo login. How do I keep losing that? Oh, because I'm not, let me make a, I don't want to, I keep doing that. And we say, virtual environment, scripts, activate, we say source, activate. And now we say rogo login. It's going to tell me I'm already logged in. Already logged in as I can. I don't think I want to delete this yet. But I can now make a new one with, I really need to make a command for this. Echo.read rogo SQL init.sql and pipe that through SQLite 3.sdb. Sorry, rogo.sdb. I'm going to make that command now by saying echo all of this. And I'm going to echo that and put that into mkdb. Make db. A little alarm telling me it's 5 o'clock. No problem. Mod 700 make db. So rmrogo.sdb and then make mod plus x. This is not a Unix class. This is plus x make db. And then rogo.sdb should have it. Okay, so now we can say rogo login. And it did pop up something, and now it says internal server error, but it gave me it did briefly show a login, and then it said internal server error, but I don't think it has anything to do with the lack of that JavaScript file. I've broken something else and I have a bug. Foreign key constraint failed. Okay, so there's some foreign key constraint when you log in for the second time. Okay, I will fix that, but that's let me just make a note of that, and I will fix that. But it has nothing to do with what I'm working on right now, so I don't care about that right now. I do want to fix. In general, I try to fix bugs before adding features, but today I'm working on something different. Don't need to do it on stream, I guess, basically. So rogo login breaks if the server thinks you're already logged in, and I will copy why that breaks. Sorry. No. I have to go up here and get this one. What? Did I not do that right? All right, so Python. Oh, okay, foreign key constraint that. All right, so note of that to myself, and now the whole point of that was just to test whether or not it was safe to delete that Firebase UI stuff, and I think it is. It's clear that is not important. So because I wound up using a different, that was like a little pop-up that shows you like log in this way, that way, or whatever, and I'm going to write my own. So we use a different. I am using Firebase to log. And I actually don't know if this will break things for other people. Like anyone else trying to run the server might be completely screwed up by this. Or they'll just log into my server. Okay. That will happen in the security. Security pass, which is elsewhere in this file. Dist should not include my Firebase keys. And in fact, Firebase should not even be a requirement of this thing. I don't intend it to be. It it really shouldn't. It just there needs to be some kind of login mechanism, and so whatever that login mechanism is independent. But right now, the template does show this thing. All right. All right. So there was some foreign key issue, and I can just delete rogo.std and then copy x.std back to rogo.std. And then we'll move x.std and call it backup rogo.std. Okay. Rogo, who am I? I should be logged in again. Who am I? We should now be logged back in again with the other database and say rogo test. Yeah, I have a failing test. Okay. What do I change? I removed that. So in the other directory, gsgd rogo templates. And then we're going to say remove Firebase UI from login template. Okay. Maybe one way I could handle this thing is to put this in a module. So if we say a JavaScript file, and we'll say, well, first let's move this. We'll first extract this whole module. I'm trying to see where I can break this down. So I really don't want to tie this to Firebase, but I mean that's where we're at. So we're going to call this. You have to do this for Firebase, and then you say it really whatever authentication provider you use should just give you an access token, and you do need some way to tell it what the access token, tell the server how to validate the access token. That is actually not being done right now, so just need something. That this is the only piece that we need from Firebase, other than the something on the screen logging you in. So I'm trying to figure out what piece of this do I need to split between. So we have a log. So right now there's a login page, which is probably broken right now. No, it's not. Console, and if we refresh this, do I get something in the console? No. But I think I could get something in the console. I think I had something in the console. I don't have a sign out button. I do have a sign out button. So it does know that I'm signed in. When I sign out, I say log in with Google. And if I log in with Google, then we do this thing and it says hello Firebase. And then the sign out appears. Okay. I think up to this point, everything is kind of generic, right? And then this says what to do on this particular page. I almost wonder if, well, I think the first thing I want to do is I want to move this to a JavaScript file that I'm loading on demand, right? Like if I say from import initialize as app, not from there, from login.js, right? Initialize app. Now that works, but it can't find it. So now we need to create login.new file, login.js, add, and I'm going to slowly move things over to that file. So login.js, and then, but it's a module, right? So rename login.m.js. Oh, login.m.js. And I bet if I refactor it, it'll update that name, hopefully. No, it didn't. Login.m.js. And then over here, we'll say this line. Oops. And then export. And how do you initialize that? I think, is that valid? I'm not sure. I haven't done a lot of work with JavaScript modules, ES6 modules. Login.mjs is not found. That seemed to have worked just fine. Okay. And let's move this over here. And I'm going to make a new, okay, so I have to import all of these things right now and export all these things right now, but I'm going to change that so that is not the case. But just as a refactoring step, I'm going to do that. So expose all those, and then boom, from there. Okay. Firebase config we're going to pull in from somewhere from another file, so that is just broken out and eventually can be. We'll say fire config firebase cfg.json m.js. Boom, add it. We'll say import. Yeah, there we go. Firebase config from there. Thank you, little code. And over here, we will move this to here. And we'll say export Firebase config. I think you can just say this, export. Yeah. Right. Firebase config. I didn't call it that. I said Firebase CFG. Okay. Firebase CFG.mjs. .js. Reference error Firebase config is not defined. Because we also have to Firebase export it here. Okay, so re-export that thing. So that did not seem to work the way I expected it to work. Try again. Firebase config. Firebase config, it is exported from Firebase config.mjs. Import Firebase config from Firebase config.mjs. And then export Firebase config, and then I have to import it over here, don't I? Firebase config. And so the actual problem was not that I needed to do that. This actually worked just fine. There we go. Everything works. All right, so now it's safe. You can just move it piece by piece. Yeah. And so we'll say callbacks. And CV will expect a dictionary. Attempt to log in. Oh. Wait, do I have? Where's that used? Way up here. Attempt to log in Google. All right, so my issue is that there's this thing called on login success, which is like a callback. And the reason that's a problem is because I want to move this into a file, but it needs to be provided by the. So async function attempt login needs to take these two functions. Al is the provider name, and then which is Google or GitHub or whatever, and then on success on login success, and then I don't think there's ever a need for on fail, but on fail. But you can't pass in like a default login success. And I don't actually call on fail, so let's just leave it as it is. So on login success is something you have to pass to attempt login. Okay, so let's import this from here. And move this over here. And eventually PyCharm is going to start showing me things that these are not. Yeah, see they're grayed out. Boom. Seems like it's indented the right way now. Okay. Returns a promise. Seems odd. Oh, because it's async. So on login success. Oh, I think async functions always return promises in JavaScript. And probably I could use that to say then do something. But I'm not gonna try and. That's a completely separate refactoring, and I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, so function on login success. So whenever we call attempt login, so first of all we have to export it. And now this is kind of tedious, but all right. So now we can say sign in with redirect. We never call that outside of this file, so we can get rid of that. We've encapsulated it. GitHub providers and get redirect result. All three of those can go away because they were dark gray. They're used here, but never, and GitHub auth provider is never used. But that's for different reasons. It didn't work. All right, so we'll clean this up in a minute. Hopefully we'll get this down to almost nothing. All right, so then whenever we use attempt login, two places where we use it. So window attempt login, we pass it in, and then attempt login Google, and then it needs an on login success, but no arguments to it. All right, so let's see if that works. Refresh, sign out, log in with Google. On login success is not defined. Attempt login. Oh, I see. All right, so then in that case, we'll make a new thing equals function how, and then we'll say return. Oh, it's an async function. Async function how is return await attempt login auth how. No, that's not right. Set return attempt login, pass in how, and then we pass in the on login success. And now we've wrapped this attempt login with that attempt. But we should call this something. Attempt login. Can we say as something? I would say login. I will say login with, and then we'll give it a different name. Oops. Login with. We'll say window.login with. All right, login with Google. Auth is not defined. Why not? Oh, we do need to pass in some kind of thing auth. All right, so we'll pass in auth here, and then refresh. Log in with Google, everything's good. Sign out, boom, log in with Google, everything's good. Wait, what? Log in with Google. Things wrong. That seemed like it just worked just fine, but then it didn't. Should I go in the network here? Where I say log in with Google? It did work just fine. I've noticed that sometimes there's like some throttling on that, so maybe I was clicking it too much and then it stopped. Like a normal person wouldn't do that, right? So maybe I was just getting throttled. Like that just worked. If I hit sign out, log in with Google, click that again, it works instead of sign out. So I just clicked it too fast. That's my guess. I don't know. It's some kind of transient error. I'm not gonna. It also could be that I like completely screwed something up and didn't notice, but I think that that seems fishy to me. Okay, so is there any more things I'm importing that I don't use? Wait, where's the import state? Initialize app, get auth. Everybody's confused. So get auth, do I need that? Where are references to app? Oh, that's gonna be weird. I think you have to do this, but I don't think I use it anywhere, and I almost deleted it once. This is all Firebase stuff. This is not. Yeah, I think you have to do this, and then you have to say this. Like I don't do anything with Firebase other than log in. We get this auth thing, and we have to await this and await auth state ready. That is like you just do that. You just set it up, and you see if you're logged in. So basically, if you load this login.m, you're gonna do all these things automatically. You're gonna find out if you're logged in. And then now this is unknown, and so we can delete it from here and use the one that we're in the module. And this now can expose something called current user. Current user. Oh, sorry. And so let's return function current user. Return auth current user. So we just wrap that, and then here we can remove this. And then we need to import that from current user. And now we can remove these two things, Firebase config and get auth, and initialize app. So all three of these things are now abstracted away, and so we don't, this JavaScript code doesn't know anything at all about Firebase. feel like I missed something here. Nope, I just don't import those things. And also this word app, that kind of just tells it, it indicates that it's never going to be used. Okay. I guess if I start using Firebase stuff, then that might be important. But okay, so the goal of all this is now to wind up with, oh, sign out off. So sign out, import sign out from there. We have to call it with auth, but we say sign out auth. So we're going to wrap this in a function. I think this is a dictionary, so we'll say sign out function. Yeah, return sign out auth. So we just make an anonymous function that wraps that, that closes over that. It's not right. Why is this bad? What am I looking at this wrong? Okay, so this is not a dictionary. So how? So I need to look up. I don't know how to do this. How to rename a thing in ECMAScript. Look at that guy. Rename imported variable in ECMA in ES6 module. Import alias, yeah. I don't see an alias anywhere. As something. Import something as something. All right, so import sign out as sign out 0, and then we'll just call sign out function sign out. Turn sign out 0 off. That's exactly right. Okay. And it looks like, so sign out current user and attempt login. Sign out. Need sign out. Current user sign out and attempt log. And then everything else does not need to be exposed. Okay. Okay. Simplified wrapper, and yeah, not simplified wrappers, but encapsulate the important bits of Firebase auth. Okay. Like all these together do that. Boom. All right, so now we have this nice little thing that, I don't know why this is grayed out when I'm exporting it. That seems weird to me. Anyway, sign out here does not take an auth. And here we are importing it, so it seems like it ought to know that it's used. Whatever. At least it ought to know that it's like, why is this not used if it, like, I don't see current user, or no, I don't use current user here. I don't use sign out here, so why does it say this is not used and doesn't say the same thing about those? That's weird. I think this looks good. And I don't think there's anything left in here that I want to reuse. There might be. Really, this is just an empty function if this is not true. I could put this inside of the other. Oh, current user. Access token, okay. So what I'm not thinking is that, like, if I could compress this whole page into like a little tiny thing, then this little tiny thing could just be a widget that I import at the top of the file, and then include that, and then like it's all good. And then like this whole page serves as a, I don't know what I'm saying, as a little widget. It gets loaded once with your template. So then, so I wanted to say who am I? So on login success, I'm pretty sure it's safe to do this. I might need to double check this, but do I need to say that? Like, I think because I've done this await, then like now it looks synchronous from everywhere else. I don't need to await anything out of here. And we can say window dot current user equals current user. And window dot sign out equals sign out. But we don't actually use that. Sign out is only used internally in something that we've added to the event listener. So maybe don't expose that. Current user. So it says hello Firebase. I want to say username here. Span ID equals username. And when it does that, so when I say, well, first of all, let's assuming we're here, we're hello, we're somebody, we're logged in, and we have this function current user now, and we can find out what my username is. Oh, right, but it's on a display name. That's okay. On login success. Okay, so this is like for the. I'm gonna even put this inside of here. And then if we're not doing this, this is the oh, because of this. And then say else. This is the way the pop-up window when you say rogo login does. Otherwise, function on login success. And now I wanna say document body. No, I want to say document get element by ID username inner text. That's perfect. Exactly that. Refresh. Nope. Display name. Refresh. Nope, I'm wrong. It's empty. And it's just something we do here. We just do it. Sign out. Let u equals current user. I don't think you can put let in there. I kind of wish you could. Equals u.display name. And if you then do this. And when we log in, it should say hello me. Oh, Michael Wallace, sign in. Okay, perfect. I want this to actually have like a username, but I don't have usernames in the system yet, so. So I'm thinking, I don't know how htmx works with like JavaScript and stuff inside of it. I have no idea how that works. I'm not sure I want to try that right this second, but the idea is like this should be just like a little, like this should be this login button right here. I want to put all of that in this little chunk right here. It would be very, very easy to do that with an iframe right now. but it would load that login page on every frame, and it would hit Firebase on every frame, and on every page. Well, no, it wouldn't. It would only do it when you first visited a page and you're loading this. I actually could do that right now. That'd be very easy. Right, like it could totally be an iframe here. It wouldn't, there might be some issues if you hit sign out or whatever and you were looking at a page or something. So that might have some issues, but I think just overall that would work. And also I could move. Well, I mean, the whole point of moving it to a separate, to breaking it out into a module is so I could reuse this module and just put something there. So I could actually just put this on on the main page. I could take some of this logic and put it on the main page. But I mean, maybe that's not terribly important. The main thing that was important was to show that I'm logged in. Like to show that, to prove to myself that I actually am logged in. But just because I'm logged in, it doesn't necessarily follow like that every request is authenticated, because the request coming from the browser isn't, I don't have a cookie on here. There's no cookie saying I am this logged in user. The cookie is coming from Firebase. I'm doing some JavaScript thing to figure out who I am, who's logged in. And only the client side knows who is logged in. The server does not know who's logged in because it's not sending a cookie. So I need to either send a cookie, or I need to send, like right now, the client, the command line client sends a JavaScript web token, a JWT. This thing, I don't know if I'm up to solving that problem right now. This is like halfway done. Let's see what I did. First of all, extract a module, extract the JS login stuff. And then this is not part of that, but extract the JS login stuff to make a tiny widget from login page. Make a tiny widget for all pages. Make it work in make the login, make the widget work with htmx. Make it play nice with htmx. I don't know if it won't play nice. I guess an iframe probably will not play nice. But then the iframe would, like right now, if I did put that page in an iframe, the iframe would show you're logged in as somebody, but because there's no cookie, it wouldn't know what to do. But like right here, where it says this access form thing, like right now we're already sending something to the server when you log in through the the pop-up window when you say rogo login. And I think if we just did the same kind of thing, but rather than posting to auth success, we just post to like login success or something like that. So auth is for when you're authorizing the command line tool, and login is when you're actually logging in to use the system. And then you got a cookie, and then you could use the cookie to do all kinds of different things that are meant to be authenticated. Maybe I need to do some more thinking about this. And like this was sufficient to just show the just show logged in user. So I did that, and I did this. Not do that word because that doesn't work. That word does not exist. All right, so so I can defer all this kind of stuff, or the actual like widget piece. But what I do need to do, what I'm thinking is, okay, so what we'll do is we will, wow, I'm just rambling. What I'm going to do is defer any kind of authentication whatsoever. And in the future, I will come up with a cookie-based authentication system. Man. For requests. I don't think that is I don't think that's terribly hard. But I just don't want to mess with that right now. And so basically you'll log in and it will set a cookie on your browser. And once you add that cookie, you'll be able to do it. It'll know who you are on every request. Because the cookie comes with you. And maybe it's as simple as just sending well, you wouldn't send the same JWT. You would just send a session based. And I think Quart might even have a Quart session. Like it has an idea of session. This. Yeah, so I bet I could probably just install this and not worry about it. You know, we just have to, again, the Firebase sends a little, it sends another JWT, JavaScript web token or JSON web token, and you get that, and you can, as long as we check that is actually came from Firebase by checking the checking it against the public key, then we can say, okay, we trust Firebase told us the right user, and then we just say, okay, now you're that person, and you set the cookie, and then the cookie be some little random string that we keep in a dictionary, and then the dictionary says, okay, that random string corresponds to this user, so we're all good. And then we don't have to keep sending the authentication token on every request. You wouldn't want the authentic. I mean, I guess we could send the authentication token as the cookie, because you could also verify it on every request. But just having it, I don't know. I like the idea of having it in a dictionary, and then you're not going to be able to guess the contents of a dictionary in memory, or maybe you can. I don't know how to do that. I wouldn't think that. I would think that's safe. I'll think about it. But this is just not. You shouldn't have to run like a validation on every check, but maybe you do. Whatever. We'll see. It also isn't that expensive. I'm rambling. Okay. Server little status widget for logging in. Let's check this. Just check in this part. The work I've done so far. Yes, gd git add logo static Firebase config git add rogo static Firebase config. I could have just said login. Git add logo templates. It's actually different here. Git diff. Oh yeah, right, because I pulled all the stuff out of there. Git add, and then we'll say login extract, or does it say extract login.m.js and Firebase config.m.js. Okay, is it m.m.js or is it mjs? MJS extension? Oh yeah, it's supposed to be MJS. What happens if I rename it? Does PyCharm and I guess it doesn't matter. Like it's just a convention, right? But let's see. Let's see if we. I bet if I rename this, everything. Let's see. So, rename NJS, and let's just double check that all the imports over here. Yeah, it did not. So did not do that refactoring the way I would expect. Login.mjs. Can you not? It's right there. Static. I have to mark this as a resource root. Oh, I bet because it wasn't marked as that, it doesn't know that. Login with is no, so it's mad because none of this worked. Oh, it's mad because templates is under row. Oh, come on. Mark directory as unmarked as resource. Let's do that. And I bet this fixes that. Okay, so but can we mark static as a? I bet it still can't see this because it doesn't know that this is. That's annoying. I would have to have another layer or something. Oh well. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I'd have to have another directory so that I could mark that as the root in PyCharm. Okay, about is not important. So, but the config.mjs, like it's still coming up as right, and login.mjs comes up as this. And when I say import, I think that's it. The only places I need to do it, but we'll find out in a second. There's one other import right here, so this one, right, so I've done all of them. Okay, and now refresh. I should browse that remote host and double check that there doesn't matter, but server rogo rogo static. Yeah, all these things out. I just want to make sure that deleting this doesn't hurt anything. And JS is no longer. So it's MJS. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the second one here. All right, so just double check. Boom. Login works. Did not work. I was actually worried about this. Not work. And the problem is that in my nginx config, okay, so the question is, do I even care about this? Like this is just a convention. You can call it whatever you want. But nginx configure.mjs files. Looks like I can do that pretty easily, so let's just go there. And nginx in the config. mime.types, and we're going to say MJS. This is an image. Is that what's going on? A weird way to organize this. Oh, so image application JavaScript. So where it says JS, we just add the word MJS here. All right, and then I have to, my deploy script for this thing actually does see that file. So it's ls, etc. nginx conf mime types and diff home Michael rogo tc config and your code config nginx etc. nginx mime types with etc. nginx mime types, and it should show that one line is changed. And I'm just going to cheat and emacs etc. nginx mime types. What? I didn't set this up when I set it up for my user. I didn't set it up right. So export term equals text term 256 colors. Go. And we say, we just put the word MJS here. And we'll say service nginx restart. There we go. All right, so that works. So that all of that to just change that MJS, which I did not need to do either, but whatever, we did it. So hooray. Okay. Just to change the file extension. All right, so git, since we did that, let's go ahead and tc config gs ed git commit m etc. and types add .mjs extension my type. And we close it. Okay. Enough of system administration. GD rogo. All right. So then the git add rogo static. Just add git add rogo and git commit. And the message here is that rename star.m.js to star.mjs. Correct module extension. Okay. All right, so that's all tested. I was expecting that to break. I knew that my nginx thing was way out of date. What is this? Oh, it wants to add. So I have two repos here, and it wants to add it to the website repo rather than the logo. Mess with that right now. Okay. So the rogo directory should be clean, yes. And just, okay, there's my logo. If you didn't catch the start of this, there's now a Discord up on tenjicode.com. And that logo I made for the website and for the Discord server. Go to community. There's a little Discord invite here if you want to come chat. I'm not actually watching it right now. I don't have room on my screen for it, but when I'm done doing the stream, I will come back in. I do watch the YouTube chat on here. I probably ought to made a chat server. I probably ought to check it once. But it's not yelling at me, so it doesn't look like anyone's talking to me. So all good. Okay. I stopped saying too. Hard to practice that. Back to this, back to 0. 0. Can I even get any further than this? It's not okay. So, all right. The idea is that I'm going to cheat and just basically, since there's only one user in the database, unless somebody tried out the server, unless somebody's tried out the server, which is you're more than welcome to do. Select star from users. I'm the only user. And so I'm just going to pretend that I'm the only user, and you know, I'm just going to treat all the, I'm going to act as if there's a validated user coming through the system by some mechanism, but I'm going to replace that mechanism with hard coding my name, my user ID, or whatever. However that works, I don't know. And get rid of these. So now that I think about it, this whole adventure of doing any of that was probably redundant because I could have just done that from the start. But it doesn't need, I mean, it doesn't need to get done. It just isn't the most necessary thing. All right, so homepage with your current attempts. There's list attempts and maybe show a number of tests passed. So right now on this server, I should be a user who has passed like 2 tests, right? So I go to this tab, get show, no, show rogo show. Yeah, so I passed. You don't know what the tests look like, but trust me, there are 3 tests called. The first 3 tests are io.q to quit, io.p to print, and io.g to read in to, you know, to given this board, read it and print it back to me. So that first 2 tests are passing by this awesome Rust program that I wrote called cat myprogram.rs. And it just says, well, if it says Q, then return, or if it's an empty string, return. Like if there's no, if reads and returns an empty string. And then if it's P, then print out the empty matrix for Tetris. And that's the test. And otherwise print out the unknown word. And so then this is failing with rogo test is failing because it says unknown command and for all of these tests. It doesn't know G, and then it doesn't know that that G is then supposed to read 22 lines of text. And then it gets the command P, and it prints out an empty grid because it didn't know to read these in. So now it's mad that anyway. So that's why the test is failing, which is expected. So on the server side, I would then expect to see select star from attempts, right? Say mode table. Select star from attempts, and you can zoom in on this. And we get one attempt, so that's my attempt at a particular chid, a particular challenge. So select star from challenges where chid equals 2. No, it's just called ID. The ID is 2, and then LearnTrist and LearnTrist test suite. And that means when I select star from progress, I would expect to see 2 passing tests. So I would expect to see, yeah, oh. I guess every time it passes. I think if I remember correctly, I just had a bunch of attempts at that. And I when I was testing the first one, it didn't know not to save it on every attempt or something like that, and so anyway, it just wound up saving it several times. We could say delete from progress where you see they're all for test ID number 3, except for the last one, which is number 4. So it's only 2, so I can delete it where from progress where ID is less than 3. Sorry, less than 4. And select that, and then we have 2. That's what I expected to see. Yeah, these were all like right in the same area. Okay. Or same time zone area. Same temporal area, around the same time. Okay, so log in with your current attempt. So I want to see that data that I just showed on your homepage. So if I go to, I called it .me. And we're going to assume we're logged in and just trust that we're logged in. Even if you're the one doing it, will just be a single user thing. Okay, so let's actually add that to the thing here. How does Reddit do it? So if you go to GitHub, GitHub, reddit.com, what does it call it? Me? No, you, user. No, if we just say you, I was trying to edit this tab up here. Do I get me? Not really. I get something. I get a 404 page basically. User tangent storm. And I get the old Reddit too. That's interesting. Oh, there's some videos about mine. But I see things that, like, if I go to u.somebody, I'm sure there's somebody named somebody. Yeah, I don't see all the same things. I wonder if every username exists. Does something for every. Oh, nobody knows. So that was a valid user. Somebody was a valid user. And you just get different things here based on who you are. But this isn't really their API. This is just their. Well, I mean, I call, it's not your API, but like it does the same kind of thing where you say .json, you should get like a bunch of junk for that person on like any Reddit URL. I wouldn't really call this a RESTful UI, but I mean, it kind of is. Like I mean, a RESTful web server. It kind of is, because you navigate with hypermedia, and then on anything you want to get the data for, you just say .json or .rss or whatever. But I kind of want to see like who is. These are okay. It's not about me though. These are JSON children. I guess it kind of makes sense, like to have like a forward slash, but you can also say like u tangent storm, right? And that actually redirected it. It used to always be like u, because like r is a subreddit and u is a user. If you go to r tangent storm, you get. I have a subreddit called tangent storm. I think there's two. Okay. And it's just show like things I posted. It's always just me. Yeah, drawing with block or whatever. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna call it, I already have a /c for challenges, so I'm gonna do a /u. And maybe instead of a home, let's just call it /user, and then that'll be your profile page. So we'll go, u name. Oh, but I don't have names. I don't have a username. I have user IDs or whatever. But I'm going to have those things. Those will be imported into the database. And in fact, I can just add one right here. So well, I wipe the database out every time, so I'm not going to just hack it. I'm going to do something. Let's see. Again, it really doesn't matter. So we say Platonic /u, and if you just go to /u, you will get a list of users. How about we say self or me? I did call it me. Okay, so I'm going to hard code something. I don't know what yet. htmx fragment. No, I don't need that if it's Platonic. And we're going to say me.html. And we're going to async def me. No, we're going to return some data about me. About whoever me is. So me, user. Oh, we can just say this. So user and it's not what it's going to be eventually, but like, okay, so we just return some data, and then me.html should be served as the template. So first, it should. So okay, so we go to templates, new HTML file, me.html. I just want a little fragment, so say I'm gonna leave the title, and we're gonna say username. No, we have to say data.username, data.username, and then h1 about we'll say user, same thing, data.username. And assuming I actually put the username in there instead of user. Nope, I called it user. I expect this to show something. If I go to /u, no, /me, user tangent storm. That's what I expected. And I expect it to show me the data if I say JSON. If I say .json. My last place I actually did use the colon, and because we had dots all over in our path. User tangent storms. That worked. Okay. So we're serving HTML, and we're serving, and if I go here, right, without the, so in the index file, I could put me. Index file, I could add my profile. Maybe I'll call it home. Not my data. And we can go to about, challenges, Right, so then under my data, we would see attempts. Data equals this. Return data, and then we're going to say attempts equals db.query. I think my user ID always stays the same because it's at Firebase. So I'm going to SQLite 3 logo.stb select star from users. Am I there? Yes. So I can just get this. No. That's my. Oh, that is that. This is from them. All right. So UID equals insecure default user def. So UID equals this and username equals Anderson. Fixed. All right. More than happy to use this, and it's mad that it's uppercase. Good. You can be mad. You should be mad. All right. So insecure default user. We'll say UID. Oh no, say data insecure default user. And then now we can say what is this doing? Select star. Is this right? Select attempts A, challenges C, where A chid equals C. Yes, and A UID schema attempts has a UID. UID, yes. Has a UID. We accept the. We need the auth ID. We just want. Yeah, we want to know all of the attempts. Challenge name, the challenge title, and the code. Do we need to know the code? We don't need the ID. We need the code. PC name, title, and code. We don't need this. Okay. And that's data UID. Except UID is not its user's auth ID. And so u auth ID equals question mark and a.uid equals a equals u.id. And we gotta say users u equals u.id. We call this auth ID. Okay, and so now I should see data username. I keep going back and forth on that. Username, and then we should be able to say for a in data.attempts and then we'll say h2 Yeah, attempts. Just have it. Array in data dot attempts. We'll put. Yeah, that's fine. No, not table. Not that. That's not right. A dot code. So href. Oh, let's put it in an ordered list. And for each one of these, we will put it inside of a li. For that, I hit some typo in it. Some weird key and did that. So href is going to be attempts and then the code. Maybe that goes at /a, that already exists. And then show something like that, a. So then the attempts. Maybe we can put the code. I need a filter for that. It would show me like truncate something. No, I'll just show the whole thing. Although I'm curious whether what's it called? Ninja filters. List of built-in filters. I think I did see one earlier. It was called truncate. And so we'll truncate it. A code, and we'll truncate it to like 16, maybe even 8. Oh, let's see. Oh no, we want the whole thing there, and then over here we want it. So we want this to be copied in the link, and then remove the truncate part over here. I did not. I'm not. Oh. No. I'm not getting as far as I hoped to get today. Am I still in the middle of that? Okay, I'm good. No, something wrong. N4 or N. Okay, so N4 is what it's called. Attempts. Well, that is an odd looking font. Definitely expected to see some data there. Oh, but it would help if you said data, you added it to the dictionary. There we go. There's my first attempt. And then we will say that's the attempt ID, and then we will add name, title, and code. How about we instead of name, we'll call it challenge name as C_name, because I think you want to be able to give your attempts their own name, like this is going to be my learntress in J, or this is my learntress in Spanish, whatever language, whatever programming language you speak. In the challenges, item.c name. I expect I have to say learntress. Except I am looking at completely wrong file, am I not? I don't even know why that was there. Let's close this and go back to. There we go. Whoa. What? Item is undefined, sorry. Data. Learn truth. Okay, so my attempt on learn truth, and then when I click here, I see that attempt, or I should see that attempt, but I probably get some error. 44 not found. Okay, well, that's interesting. But I do have. All right, so let's make some progress here. If we go to 0, show number of tests passed. Yeah, so boom, that's done. Temp page live, link to browse known tests. When I follow that link, I should see all the tests. So first I need to have a page. Boom. Move app.py over here somewhere. And then let's make a new template for new HTML file for attempt.html. That's the template for that. Add it. And we will just copy me. That will say data attempt. And we'll call it a data dot name attempt. So it would be a learn truth data dot cname attempt. Attempt by data dot uname. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that in htmx you can say hx title. Maybe not. It might be the case that just the title. Oh wait, hang on. That's actually it. Yeah, so it just the word title changes that. But you can't. I was wondering if I usually put a title and then the h1 that are like the same thing. Fine. Okay, so put that there and then put the same thing as an h1. And then past tests. Tests or progress. And we will put I think I want this to go to like data.cname / data dot, or rather, let's say for p in progress, p dot tname. And p.tname, yeah. There's no badge or anything like that. Nice try, but no. All right, so I need a cname at the top, and I need a tname on each part of the progress. All right, so then in app.py, what do we do? This is for /a code next. Yeah, we have a code and stuff, but we don't have just plain old a code. So we'll say this is a platonic hat, a platonic thing, and we're going to say a code, and it's attempt.html. Yeah, that's right. Async def show attempt code data equals what are we going to do? Select a code. We want the no, but we want where a.code equals code. So pass in code. I wish Python had the thing that was like allowed you to map a variable to its value like JavaScript does. Okay, select a.code from a dumps a challenge to C. That's right. CNAME as CNAME. That's right. Dumps a challenge where a code is. That's correct. All that's correct. That gets our first round of data. Uname. Users u.name as uname. No, as u_name. But this needs to be u dot. I guess we only have username, and I think that's going to be an email address. But eventually it'll be something. Okay, so code, and that's the only thing I need. So that's 0. So we'll say data equals this. And then we're going to fetch another thing. So data progress, I think progress. We need a T name for each progress. Data progress equals db query. And we're going to select the name. We're going to select the test name. We don't need to know if it passed from attempts A. Nope, come on, attempts A. That's right, test T and progress P. Progress P. Where? Yes. Oh, got it. A code. Oh, come on. A code is equal to, yeah, and AID is equal to, nope. Yeah, actually that is right. Progress AID and P test ID is equal to TID. That's correct. And then return data. All right. We're broken somewhere. Nope. I always see the table and I think it's the database. And then I see this and I don't think it's the database, even though it is. Triple quoted string literal. Okay, unterminated. I just saved it before I finished typing. Boom. So we go to learn tris. Boom. Progress. Okay, so we didn't print anything in here. Oh, we got to call it T name. So select T name as T_name. And then maybe also ts p.ts. Progress.ts. And then we can put a little timestamp next to it. Say p.ts. And then I think that's it. It's not, yeah, so io.q and io.p. And these should go to /c because it's a challenge. And then the test name. But the challenge, so how about tests? Like that. io.q, and then now those are 404 errors. What I'm thinking is that the test that you see might not be the same test that somebody else sees. So, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Wow. Fighting. The test that you see might not be the same test somebody else sees. So, waiting for the camera to pick up my face. Okay. I guess I gotta move the old-fashioned way. And the face tracking on this thing is not so great. It does an okay job. Maybe I just don't have it figured correctly. That's weird. I would think the whole thing would be boosted. About challenges, my data. Why is that not boosted? So when we clicked on attempts, it didn't boost at my data. My data attempts. So I got in the me template. Something's wrong in the me. First of all, I need to add this to add. But second, we need to say hx boost. Click on my data and hx target equals main. Yeah, there we go. So my data, and then we go to this, and then go to a learn first attempt by me. Probably need to do the same thing here. First of all, it's not picking anything up, so it doesn't get anything. I like that nice URL. I don't know if you can see it, but it says tangentcode.com/rogo.tangent. C learntris io.q. So it's like it's very readable. But again, you might not like. You would only be able to see this if you have an attempt where you. Yeah, I don't know if I like this or not. And like it doesn't like we really need to customize it to your attempt. So really, there should be a long string and then / this or / t / this. So, so even here in the attempt, we're going to say a / data.code. If it's not in there already, should be. All right, I needed to put it in there. Hide this thing on data.code. Running progress. Okay, so progress. We have a.code. We're good. And then we could just call it T. So okay, so I think that's what I want. Same thing, it looks the same, but now the URL is slightly, it has this ugly thing in it. Now you should see your customized version of io.q. And so let's put that now. Go attempt test, right? I gotta tell you, I'm fading here. I'm kind of tired and probably need to stop soon. I was hoping to get all the way to the WebSockets today. There really should be two things on the screen: progress, and then the next. I'll talk about this in a minute. The next test, but you might sometimes hide the next test. Well, you'd hide it because you wanna say I'm in, like, I've passed all my tests, everything's, the lights are all green, and so now I wanted to I want to change things. I don't want a failing test, right? So there needs to be some like status in there, and that's another thing I've added in this this item down here, the infer the attempt state. So when you pass all the tests, you're in a different you're in a change mode. And when you explicitly call rogo next, whatever it's called next, you'll be in build mode and we only show the current test if you're in build mode. But I'm not there yet, so let's go back here. Now, this is also the page where we should see the WebSocket. So as soon as you get to this page, as ugly as it is, it's going to be cleaned up a little bit. But you'll see the attempt. You can see the progress you've made, and maybe this gets turned into a bunch of dots or something, and then you can drill down and hover over them to see them or whatever. But then the other thing it should show on this page is the current test. But first of all, let's just click on this one so we can. We'll follow this so we can see a test at all, and that would be by. Again, the test could be customized for your playthrough, your attempt. So we will do a code, and then we'll call it / t, and then t name. And this will be test.html. Async def show test, that's right. Now we can just call it name. And then it is, so platonic means port to show this route, and then also a .json version of it. And then if we're not using the .json, show this template. And if it's not an HX request. So all we need to do is return some data and then do this. So looking at a particular, no, this is not important. That's not right. It's definitely not 2 blocks, but one query. So we don't even have to look at this one. And we're going to select, we're going to be given a code. So you definitely need where a code equals whatever, and t.name equals name, right? Name. You know, we could also do this. Like if you name your parameters, you could just call it kw up here, and then you don't have to reconstruct the thing. You just call it kw. You get a dictionary back from that. All right, so then we have to say from. We don't need users. We need tables t. Oops, sorry. Tables space t. Tables space t. We have. Do we need the challenge? No. But where code was where, so we want to say where and this, and then where a dot challenge ID is equal to t dot challenge ID. Not tables, not tables. Why do I say tables? Tests. Dot t is equal to t and then whatever this is. So this was generated for me. We say we don't need the code. We don't need the challenge name. We don't have a C at all. None of this is good. So what do we want to select? We want to select. Oh, hey, Batlin. Sorry, I never saw that. Have a good night. So a code. So what do we want to select? We want to select just the test information. So test name. T.name, T.head, T.body, and then for now I'm going to include T.ilines and O-lines. Well, I-lines will be, yeah, T.ilines. Oops, what's going on there? T.ilines, and then, so that's the input that we're going to give to you, and then T.olines is a placeholder field. It's going to be called the rule, the validation rule. But right now it's just a junk. It's just the exact explicit output that you're going to use. I don't know if I'm going to be ready for anyone to test this, to be honest. I thought I was, but it may not happen. I mean, you can test it. You can try it right now, but I really want to get this WebSocket thing working. But as I said, I am fading fast. I'm sneezing and coughing, or suppressing the urge to sneeze and cough. Function mapping is overwriting, and so I copied something, and show test is probably so show attempt test. I should probably read the full error message and show attempt. Okay, so I have 2 copies of show attempt somehow. I do. A code attempt.html. How did that happen? Did I copy and paste it? I must have copied and pasted because those look identical. So just double check, return data, code, a code equals C. Yeah, this is just copied and pasted. I probably copied and pasted it intending to rewrite something. Whatever. Or that little Copilot did it for me. I can blame the Copilot. It'll be my Copilot should be called the scapegoat. All right, io.q. Oh, no, still not working. I'm expecting that to work. Ah, okay, something's wrong. Template not found. Okay, so new file, test.html, add it to Git, hide that stuff over on the left. Doesn't that work? Alt-1 should hide this on the left. Yeah, okay. That's the whole full page. So this page right here, the attempt page needs to change to use this hx dot boost. So true. Is that what I did last time? Seems right, but I don't remember doing it. I think I also have to say target equals main, right? hx target equals main. I wonder if you need both of them or if you just need it. Okay, you need the boost part. I think if you don't, then you have to put it on each href. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, so you don't have to say boost. My data. So on the my data page, the me page, be able to me.html. I don't need login. I don't need challenge. On me.html, I think I can remove this too. Say target equals main. Out my data home target equals main. Okay. Yeah, boosting is already happening. This, and then if I click on like say this in the middle of this, I click here and I just go to the same page. Still get the same context, so everything's still working well. But what is this? Working. I say it's working well, but I actually like kind of lost some. IO.q, and this is some. You know, actually, instead of that, let's put like a little area on the side over here. So, or underneath or whatever. So like div id equals test detail. And then we say hh target equals test detail. Now if we say this, then refresh. Am I in the wrong template? I'm on me, yes, so I did that wrong. I need to do it in temp.html. Here, test-detail. There we go. And you know, we'll clean this up with CSS in a little while. Now in CSS we have this thing that says show test, and then we will say h1 now this is also not going to bookmark correctly, so this is interesting because we're like nested 2 levels deep. And we probably want to wrap it in something here. But I won't worry about that. So this is definitely going to. I'm pretty sure this is going to break. It's going to break when we bookmark it. You're going to lose some context out of here. You're only going to see this part down here and not this progress stuff. But maybe that's okay. Title T. So let's say data.name. And then let's say title, oops, say h1, again, data.name, and then data.head, and then data.body, and then we're going to show the, h2 input, and then h3 would, or h2 again would be output. Yeah. So here, but we're going to do it in like 3 Are you still good? Data.input, and then pre data.output. I lines, O lines, and I lines. And I guess this is currently kind of line oriented. It has all these little colons in it, so like we don't have HTML, we don't have rich text here yet. Right. So P is print, yeah, and you can see I refreshed and I lost the stuff in the middle there. And I.P is print. And that's what I expect to see. Okay, so you can navigate down and see the test. So I want to clear, you know, this used to show up in a terminal, so it wasn't such a big deal. But now I want, you know, this needs to be nicely formatted, and this should be your expected output. Which may be secret, right? I guess it does. It shouldn't be secret to you. I guess part of the spec, but the client doesn't. The test runner shouldn't get to see this because it uses the fact that it can't see it as a trigger to send the output to the server, so the server can validate it, and then that's how we figure out your progress. Server sends back the result, and then once you pass the test, then it sends back a rule, which is something to do right now with this expected output. But in the future, I'm hoping expected output can be like more expressive than just a static chunk of text. So literally, the test here is that you print out these exact dots. You can copy and paste that into your code, and it'll print around it, and you'll pass this test. The input is you print the grid and then quit. E and Q. And so what I'm picturing here is that this will be kind of like a navigation system. You know, all this stuff up here is going to be like one line, and then this will be hidden, and then the word progress will be here, and like this will be front and center on the screen. This will be like, you know, maybe a progress meter or something that you can expand to get the detail on all the tests you've already seen. This will be in the middle of the screen, and then probably even, you know, people's screens are generally bigger than this, probably put next to each other. All right, I'm going to do everything except the WebSocket stuff, at least everything up to the WebSocket stuff. All right, so progress page shows list all past tests with timestamps. Done. Attempt page shows everything except for the WebSocket. So let's say up except for WebSocket. Attempt page. I'm just going to move the WebSocket part out because that's down here. Test the group page, or test group page. At other tests in the group, show the validation rule if the test has passed. This is still kind of fuzzy. This is like halfway done. I don't know. Live update system. Okay, so this is infer the attempt state. A cookie-based authentication for requests. Yeah, I think this is. So the next piece is to show the current test. Maybe I'll do this. I'm not gonna do this. I'm tired. I'm really not feeling well. Yeah, so we'll do this logic to figure out which of the two change versus build mode you're in, and then I don't even know if we need to navigate between the tests. Like you request one test and you're good, and you actually can look at them from here. So I'm okay with it. Like look, you. So we'll say no. You can do this. Actually, you can do that just by looking at the attempt, going back up to the attempt, and show the validation rule if the test is passed. I'm just going to show it at any time. I'm just showing it up. Just showing it every time for now, because you actually need, because current tests actually require that you know this information, know the expected output. The tests are not written in a way that would allow that. Okay, for the attempt state, passing all tests puts you in change mode. Like, this is relatively minor, but I do have to go back to the, well, it's all server side. It's not really front end stuff. Like I'm just not gonna mess with it. Like this is easy, but I'll knock it off later. And it's really only meant to determine what shows up on the screen after you refresh the page, right? Although I'll be refreshing the page quite a bit. And I did. Well, so what was the thing I need to? Okay, so there is one new thing I need to do, which is on refresh of test step of attempt test step, rebuild the progress list, just so you can see other steps. That's a mouthful, but whatever. I can move that down to the bottom. Actually, it might get kind of annoying. I'll wait until it starts annoying me. All right, so then, and then of course at the very end of this, I need to say, like, you know, clean up all the styles, and make this thing look nice. But the really important thing is this one right here: live update system, serve WebSockets, maintain a list of connected users, show connection status indicator. That's kind of low priority. And even a server status page where the admin can see it, that's kind of low priority. But the real big thing is the workflow for the person doing the test. You should log in here and be able to navigate to my challenges, the thing you're working on, and this thing right here should show you exactly what your next test is, or you would have, or a button that says run rogo next to see the next test. And I think that's, and then that only works if there's a connection between the local test runner and the server that's ongoing. And then right now that's controlled by the local machine. But eventually, once we get people using this, then we'll make it smarter and we'll add a thing to the local machine that says, okay, I'm going to connect to the server and then I'm going to open a WebSocket and now you can send me commands and then take over. And that's going to be called the share command, I think. Maybe meld or something, meld with the server, mind meld. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm done for now. Not feeling well. The important thing is to get this updated on the screen, and then as you run your tests, be able to see the feedback. And it's gonna, you know, that's gonna be like it's not hard, but it's gonna be like a 2 or 3 hour session. Like, get all that WebSocket stuff working and all the pipes connected, and I'm not up to doing that right now. But I think I'm gonna call that here. Thank you everybody for watching now and in the future, and also please remember, if you're at all interested in this and trying it out, please come by the Discord. So just go to tangentcode.com, and you know, may change by the time you see it, but click on community or something like that, and then go to the Discord. And I'll try to keep this up to date. And yeah, so stay tuned for the next exciting episode when we hook up the WebSockets, and I will maybe come up with a new name, settle on it. I am thinking about Tanco. That was my original thing for just Tanco, TANCO. We'll see. Appreciate